Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to episode number 81. It's the weekly closure. It's a Friday. We have some big news coming. We are at support. We took out the weekly lows. We're back in Bali. We just arrived. Straight to the streams. Hope you guys are doing well here. Welcome back to the live stream today. Yeah, man. We have to go over Trump. Trump is speaking in a second. We're going to talk about it. All right. Let me see what's happening in the chat. Good to see you all. Welcome back. Leonardo, my man. How are you? Good to see you, Pablo. What's up, man? How you doing, my friend? Good to see you, Bradley. Yes. Madin, man, Nathaniel, Momo. Hey, man. Nick. Tina, good morning. From South Africa, good morning. Way Wonder, man. How are you? Good to see you as always. Lovely to see you. Felix, Victor. Great to see you, Victor. Oscar. Gonzalo. Yes, sir. He's here. Paul. Okay. All right, guys. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. Okay. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. We're going to talk about it. We have a lot of things to cover, man. I think Trump is going to speak soon. Yeah. 97,000 people. 100,000 people are watching at the moment. 100,000. Okay. That is a big gap. You see the difference between us and them? Yes. 100,000 people want to listen to what Mr. Trump has to offer in regards to, of course, just so you guys know already, the conflict with Iran. Oh my God. On a Friday. Oh my God. It's gonna happen. Let's be patient. Let's see what's going on. Okay? All right, guys. Let me set up everything. Let's go to the charts and look at the dollar. Let's look at gold. Gold is at support. Yes. It is at support. All right, we'll have to talk about it. But yeah, anyways, let's just go over it, man. Let's just make it happen. Yeah? Okay. Donald Trump and the Afro House on Friday.
Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win.
Dollar moving up, gold moving up. Typical Trump speech.
We are releasing show. CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government...
Clearly, everyone is waiting for an Iran update. Apparently, this is coming later on. He's waiting for the climax to come. So we need to wait for that climax as well, because it's going to probably have some major impact. So we're very curious to see if it actually does something. But we have to watch it. We have to watch it.
That going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, The strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived...
All right. Let's keep it a bit lower. Let's wait patiently here until Iran comes to... This is China. I want to hear Iran. Okay, that's what I'm waiting for, actually. I don't think that we're going to see some big movements now until that actually comes to fruition here. So anyways, let's see what happens here. Let's make sure that we are aware of what Trump says. The unfortunate thing is you cannot neglect it, especially when it's live. 120,000 people are watching it at the moment right here on this channel. So it's a serious speech. You have to pay attention here, okay? Anyways, let's see what happens. Gold is holding up quite well, but at the same time, we're finding some resistance here also. But the higher time frame is still showing right now that we are definitely in control, okay? The higher time frame is still balanced, even though you might think, oh, what happened last week or yesterday specifically, when I was in, I think I was flying, okay? We had a huge drop. And we took out the weekly lows on a Friday morning. Okay, Friday afternoon. We took out the weekly lows right there. Sorry, not Friday. Thursday, New York. Night time. Maybe a morning for you, okay? Evening for me. But we absolutely crashed, okay? Interesting data came out. Gold dropped. Obviously, when gold spiked beforehand, we saw a little bit of a push up higher. And then the news came out and it just ripped all the way down. The most crazy stuff about this week's price action here, even though we have been making money this week, which is very good, we're up again. We're now sitting on our account again at 19.5K. All right, we came as down as 17.5 on this account, right? We started at 6. We came as high as 19. We went down to 17.5. Now we're at 19.5. So we're at least back on track again. But the thing about this is here that we can see that we had this whole week of positive news. Remember, we had a lot of positive news this week. We had this huge push here throughout the CPI. Major expansion. Immediate retracement all the way to the lows. We took a little long scalp here. Remember at the 29-ish, we took a little long on the Wednesday stream. We managed to get in, we managed to get out. And then price came back up again with the PPI. Okay, the PPI came out very positive for gold, very negative for the dollar. Price came up, price came down. News came again, price came up, price came down. So gold is getting suppressed. Gold is getting suppressed. heavily right now at this current moment, okay? Gold is doing its absolute best to come up, but every time it shoots up, it comes straight back down and sellers take control right away, okay? Keep in mind though that if we zoom out and we put it in perspective, okay, that this was indeed the weekly low that was created on a Monday, okay? The lows were created on a Monday. We saw the reversal with the CPI and stuff. We set the high of the week in, and then pretty much we, not the high of the week, yeah, actually the high of the week. We came back down, okay? We came back down, took out the lows, and now we're back at where? We are back at that weekly support, okay? Back at that same old strong weekly level that we talked about right here many times beforehand. We are there, we are there. We have not broken it. We're still at it. We're still getting respected at this level here. You can see it again and again and again and again, okay? So keep in mind, guys, that we are finding ourselves being still in that range, pretty much on the higher time frame, okay? As long as those lows in June, at the end of June, are not taken out, we're finding us to be still in this overall range. It might look bearish, and yes, we are bearish because the trend is coming down, but the trend is not breaking structure, all right, since June already. Okay, I just want to clarify that. Yes, the trend is bearish, but the trend is also not breaking structure. We're not breaking down here. We're holding that support over and over again, right at those lows. Okay, and we're actually once again reacting from it right now at this current moment. So shorting is always a tricky scenario and always tricky situation at support, at higher time frame support. I don't care if it's in a bearish trend or not. The lows have not been taken out since, you could say, the 29th of June, okay, which is already almost 3.5 weeks ago. So, or 3 weeks ago. So that's a long time, okay? That we have not broken those lows again and that we're still holding up into it right there. So the question is, will we break? And if so, when will we break? What time, what will happen here? Well, it's hard to predict that, okay? It's hard to predict a breakout. And I stopped trying to predict breakouts, okay? I stopped trying to take that in consideration in my strategy, in my system, because you never truly really know the breakout until it actually occurs, okay? And this is, if you are anticipating things, then you're so obsessed with the breakout is coming, but you never know when it's coming, okay? Truly, because it could be coming randomly on a Friday, right? With the weekly closure. It could come throughout an FOMC report or a press conference, which is in 2 weeks from now, right? It could stay in a range until that moment, right? So, and again, we are pretty much holding at support right now. That is the thing that we're seeing right now. So then give that some privilege. I hope that makes sense. So, okay, a lot of people are talking about trend, counter trend trade and all that stuff right there, okay? So keep in mind that as long as that is the case though, then we have to, ooh, 1 second, my friends. There goes my Starbucks right there. Close my PC as well. Anyways, typical Lorenzo, clumsy as fuck sometimes. 1 second. Sorry for that. Thank you. I need your help, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
You can just put it
Here, yes. Easy.
and what is just put it.
Now we're good. Yeah. All right. So, you guys didn't leave me behind. I messed it up. I messed it all up on a beautiful Friday morning. Let me go into detail before we continue with the stream. I was explaining. I like to explain with my hands, all right? I like to move with my hands when going over supply, demand, range bottom, range tops, gold, dollar, Trump, Iran. Everything you need to know. And guess what happened? I was a bit too excited. My Italian side took over, smashed over the coffee, straight into my GPU of my PC. And here we are, me streaming for my new laptop. I had to set up everything in scratch, from scratch in 5 minutes. But here we are, all right? Computer is dead. The stream is alive. Let's continue the process, okay? Let's continue the process. Thank you for the love, thank you for the support. Really appreciate you all. Let's get back to work here. We were just talking about our process, about everything that we're building right now. Right, we're doing our challenge. Right, we're trying to grow a live account from a relatively small account up to the 100K. Okay, the 100K. We are trying to. We started at 6K. Okay, we are now back at 19.5. We came down. We had a loss, right? We had a quick loss at around here 800 on a Thursday, and we came down to 17. Now we're back at 19.5. Okay, we're back at 19.5. So this is the control. We're trying to build this thing up to 100. And there's nothing better than doing this live on stream with you guys on a daily basis, just trading gold only during the ASIN and during the early London sessions right now at the moment. Okay, very interesting stuff. Let's keep building. And now I need to make some extra money because my computer died. So now we have to get in some extra trades. No, I'm joking. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. Anyways, let's make it happen. Let's get back to work here. I hope you guys can see my screen properly though. I hope everything is working well. Right. This is the most important thing. And if not, keep in mind, this is on my laptop right now, okay? It's still overall not bad, I must say. I'm going to be traveling anyway soon, so I need to get used to this shit anyways. It's going to be totally fine, okay? It's going to be totally fine. There we go. Much love, guys. Let's go back into the market right now. Let's go back into the analysis here. Yeah, what can I say, right? Gold is heavily suppressed, right? This is the main topic of discussion that we talked about right now at the moment. Gold is really trying its absolute best to push higher, but every push higher gets immediately destroyed by a major amount of sellers that stepped into the market here. Let me set up the exit charts on my laptop too. Give me 1 second here, so we actually have some order flow to talk about. Yes. Okay. In the meantime, what has happened in the 10 minutes, 15 minutes that I was gone? Yeah, like we talked about, gold is still in some resistance on the 4-hour time frame. We marked out our zone. You probably not see it on my laptop right here, or maybe you do. Let me see if it's there. I don't think so. But I will show you that zone right now. Yeah, it's right here. It is right here. It's this area right there. And this is something that we say all the time. It's what we tell you guys all the time right there. This is the area right there to look for. Okay? And we talked about this already beforehand. It is this 4-hour time frame. And there is one tool that we always use with gold, which is something that is undeniably effective, which we have been using for a long time. It's helping tremendously, actually growing that account right around there. And that is the fact that we use something called the New York candles, okay? The New York 4-hour candles is what we look for. And what are we specifically looking for when we talk about the New York 4-hour candles? Is the whole candle and the distribution of the volume inside of that candle, okay? Inside of that candle right there. You could actually see that in the candle right there, we have 53,000 contracts traded. This was New York session, right? So the first 4 hours of the New York session. And 52,000 contracts were executed on this gold contract right there, okay? And what you can see is that the most volume was actually traded there. You see that box? This is what we call the POC of that candle, okay? The point of control of that candle right there, the New York candle. Now, price closed below that, price stayed below that, and today during the Asia session, you can see that this tends to then turn into support, but also into resistance as well here. So there is no reason for you to say, hey, we should be going long right now until this candle, right? This piece of the candle at least, gets taken out, okay? This thing gets taken out. If this cannot get taken out, or if we cannot close above that, there is no reason for us to look for follow through either, okay? But at the same time, right, we are at higher time frame macro support as well here. So we're very compressed here. We're kind of in a range right now. And in my opinion, we might stay in this range until further notice, okay? Until like we have a bit more clarity, until more volume will kick in later on, okay? It could happen today, it could happen whatever. Maybe we'll see some sort of breakout of either direction. Once that actually takes place, right? The moment we break out of this high, 4 candle high, which is such an important candle, by the way, I highly recommend you, if you use order flow in any way, shape or form, this is a little trick, okay? So many people, they look at the lower time frame order flow, right? They only look at the 5-minute, 15-minute, maybe the 1-minute candles, right? To look for those orders in the market, and then they execute, and then they scalp the way in and out, okay? What's actually super effective, and what helped us grow our account also on the streams, is by looking at the 4-hour, the higher time frame order flow as well here, which is actually so beautiful, so beautiful. Gives us a really good understanding of what's going on in the market as well, and if we should be looking for longs or shorts, or we should be looking for a ranging market, a balanced condition. I think for now, until at least the New York session, right, we might stay in what we call a balanced condition, okay? The reason why is because we are trapped at the bottom, okay? We have that major support. Everyone is already thinking about the breakout right now. Everyone is already visualizing the breakout below, all the way to the 3,500, right? Which is actually, if we would break it, one of the major next levels, which is actually crazy to talk about. But yeah, there is not much happening in between that. That is true, except for one more level, I believe, at the 3870, which is also the weekly VWAP. But anyways, that's another topic of discussion. For now, we are still at that level. We're still at that support right there. Okay, heavily suppressed. Gold is trending down, but like we said before already, gold can be trending down, but at the same time, when gold is trending down, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're still in a balanced or in a trending market condition. Okay, we're clearly compressing, and compressing heavily. Okay, why do we say that? It's pretty straightforward. The lows of June are not taken out yet, right? We are still hovering around the lows of June, and as long as we're at the lows of June, there is no reason to think yet that we're just gonna flush down until it happens, okay? The confirmation is the 4-hour closure below. That is gonna be the actual confirmation here. I've been testing out a lot of different confirmations. I've been testing out the 1-hour confirmation closures, the 15-minute closures, and the 4-hour closures outside of these ranges, these intraday ranges. The 4-hour closure has been one of the most effective confirmations possible when looking at actual consolidations in the market, okay? Reducing fakeouts by, roughly speaking, 78%. So that is a major confirmation. It's a 4-hour closure below that area, which is a major confirmation, okay? You just don't know when the 4-hour can close. Sometimes you close or you come down, but you still have a 3-hour window where the candle has not been closed yet, right? The 4-hour. So that could be something to look at, in my opinion, something to think about. And that's why I don't like to personally anticipate on breakouts until we actually break out, okay? Hope that makes sense right there. All right, major support right there, but at the same time, we are still compressed in the order flow. The New York session has not been taken out. The point of control of the New York session, sorry, has not been taken out. And this is why we are heavily suppressing again in this session. And this is why gold cannot make a decision during the Asian session, in my opinion, okay? Because we'll find some resistance at the New York session, okay? The New York high, pretty much. And at the same time, we'll find support at this higher time frame level right there, okay? Now let's talk higher time frame continuation though, because there is also another thing that we have to talk about to really get an understanding of what are the most likely scenarios that eventually gold will potentially break down here, okay? Let's talk about that for a second, because I think it's super important to talk about. While we're in this like 5-minute range right now at the moment on gold, we're pretty much flat right now at the moment, right? We really have to pay attention here to what is going on. Okay. At the same time, another thing that we could talk about here before we do that is the fact that we might indeed try to revisit the lows right now. And is there a chance that if we take out the volume profile and actually take out the daily profile right here, that we could find a rejection now at this current moment, right? Can we flip bearish? Can we actually close down here? Is there a chance that this kind of will reject? And is there a chance that we'll revisit the lows at least one more time towards this area right here? Is there a potential scenario that we could find a push down back towards this area around a 100 pip move? Something like that, I would say. I mean, looking at this candle right now, there is a chance that I would say pay attention to this, okay? Because I'm spotting it right now. I don't want to waste our time here. I have a lot more things to cover actually from a macro perspective, but we saw a pretty strong closure below the VWAP. Okay, we did see a really strong closure below the VWAP. We're now holding up. I think if we close below this area, right there, it's actually not that far away, but we have to close below it. The very low, one more time on the 15-minute time frame. Okay, can we do that right there? Yeah. If we can close below that, or we can actually close below this, I think it's a pretty small scalp, but I think it's a simple scalp, I would say, back towards that low again. All right, but that's just a short-term, kind of a short-term opportunity with a small window. Okay, but in that we need to break the very low, because the very low is holding us up. We are still holding us up is right there as well. So that will be the most important level to break right now. The value area low is at 3981. Okay, 3981. For now, we're holding that level. Okay, so while we're holding that level, let's quickly talk about the higher time frame and why there is indeed a bigger chance that we might be dropping and that we might be breaking down eventually here. Because what is one of the biggest tell signs that gold might eventually try to break down here and maybe go for the lows all the way is simple supply and demand. Okay, if you look here at the market right now, you can actually see that we have been trending down right there quite well, right? We saw a top, we saw a bottom, we saw a top, we saw a bottom, we saw a top, we saw a bottom. You could see that we have these large expansion candles right around there, right? This is an expansion candle. This is an expansion candle. And this is an expansion candle, okay? Now, the base that gets created are what we call those supply zones. So we have one here, a rally-based drop. We bounce back into that. Rally-based drop, expansion candle. We bounce back into that. And guess what happened, or what got confirmed yesterday? We saw the rally, we saw the base, we saw the drop. We closed below that. And guess what? A new area of supply has been formed right at resistance right there as well here, or at support right there. Okay, so you can actually see that we have 1, we have 2, we have 3. You can see that constant supply is getting created. So the only thing that would take that out is if we see some sort of massive push eventually, where we break out, we turn it into support and we break out higher, right? And we flip the trend here. That could be a complete reversal play. For now, higher time frame support at the bottom. Okay, look at that support here and here and here. But the actual trend or the intraday structure is constantly creating new areas of supply where sellers are most likely willing to step in again. Okay, so if that happens, then you know, there are definitely some interesting selling zones which I definitely take very serious, and this would of course be an area of supply right there If you could push into that, that would be a level where I would definitely be looking for sales from, right? I'm not saying this will happen this session here. We could easily stay in a range in this ASIN session, but I'm just talking a little bit macro right now. That could be a level to look for. If price breaks down, and if we do decide to take out those lows eventually, and we close below this on the 4 hour, not even on the daily, the 4 hour I found to be just as effective as a daily candle closure, okay? It reduces fakeouts by 78% according to my back testing. So break below, closure below on the 4 hour, could then immediately set this level into resistance. So if you take it out and you pull back, you have such a chance of just massive continuation sells pretty much as well here. So gold has it's a tough cookie to crack in terms of if gold wants to break out to the upside, it has to break so many levels that it becomes just a huge amount of resistance here. Okay, that is just extremely hard to take down. So unless the dollar does not break down all the way, or unless the dollar does not, continuously flush down here, it will be very hard for gold to follow up with that. Okay, just look at the dollar real quick before we continue, and why this is gonna, be super key here. Just look at this right there. Okay. Dollar is holding the weekly right now still. The dollar is still holding that level. The dollar needs to break and flush down hard for gold to drive higher, okay, and to come up in that direction right now, okay? Gold has to come down. If the dollar holds this support here at some point, it's kind of important to watch this as well. Why is this important? Well, the dollar, we talked about this already so long ago, guys. Remember when we talked about the fact that the dollar was in that supply zone? And that if the dollar gets rejected, that gold should be pushing up higher. Well, the dollar is still below that zone, okay? The dollar is still below that area. The dollar has not broken it, okay? It is still struggling to break. It's still trying to do so. It doesn't come up higher. It got rejected because of the bad news that came out. But where is gold? Why is gold not pushing higher? Why is gold still at the lows, right? Take that in account, though. Look at the dollar and look at how the dollar is just not having a single positive impact on gold, regardless of its weakness right now. Because I don't think the dollar has been performing really strongly or really well over the last couple of days, specifically, right? We have been pretty much in this downsloping trend. We might even break out of it eventually, right? But for now, in this downsloping trend line, gold is low, is at the lows, okay? That is not a good sign for gold. You want to see the opposite, okay? You want to see actually the opposite. And the main reason why that's happening, of course, is not because of the dollar, it's because of the fact that the Iran news came back into play here, and oil has been trying to move price higher, okay? Which also sets in another element for gold, which puts more pressure on gold as well here. If oil doesn't want to break down, right, and oil decides to continue to break out higher and higher, and just does something like this, gold will be suppressed, okay? So if it's not for the dollar, it's going to be oil. If it's not for oil, it's going to be the dollar, right? So you now have to pay attention to both of those currencies, that commodity and that currency, in order for us to understand what gold wants to do. So all the stocks are still against gold at this current moment, unfortunately, okay? I would love to see gold breaking out. I love gold. I love when gold is bullish. We all love a bullish gold. It's the most amazing time of the year. But that's not now, okay? All right? That is not now at the moment here. Anyways, hope that makes sense right now, all right? The most important part is just to find your opportunities. Squeeze in a couple of trades here and there right now, okay? But always work with your probabilities, no matter what, okay? Hope that makes sense. We have been doing our absolute best here. This is stream number 81. And in total, we've been streaming, I think, 550 times right now. Is it 550 streams? Let me see, actually. How many streams have we done on the stream? How many streams have we done in general? 550 today. Yes, sir. Stream 550. That is nice. All right. Damn. Anyways. That's some serious stuff, okay? 550 streams already. Wow. Whew. Anyways, gold is bearish. Yes, I would say gold is still on the bearish side, even though we are still here. Some people are super confident that this is the bottom. Other people are super confident this is bearish. In the end, I never like to look at it from this perspective. I never like to judge my bias and create some sort of confirmation bias around the market too strong and say this is for sure going to happen. You never really hear me saying this ever on the streams, right? This is for sure going to happen. And this is not to always sound neutral and to always come out on top at the end and say, you see, I told you so. No, the reason why I do this way is pretty straightforward, okay? We all know we can't control the outcome. We can only control the scenarios, the confirmations, and we can do something that we call scenario mapping, okay? If A, then B. If B, then C. This is how we like to operate, right? We like to simply operate by just following scenarios, okay? What are the most likely scenarios? Where are the probabilities at? Are we neutral today? Are we more bearish today? Or are we more bullish in this session? Right there, okay? That's the only thing that we're looking for every day, every session. And we're trying to do a couple things like that. I have nothing against counter trend trading. You guys know I love counter trend trading in the right condition as well. But the rule for counter trend trading is very clear. We saw that on a Wednesday, by the way. Taking profits is an absolute must. Right? TP1, taking profits is an absolute must. And for that, that's it. Okay? Right now. Yeah, we're still at the very low. We're kind of trying to break it though. We're closing in 1 minute as well. 1 minute to 20 seconds. There was a coffee incident like 3 weeks ago. That was not coffee, that was tea. That actually survived. This is coffee, okay? It's a different experience. Now my PC, it's my GPU. I'm guaranteed it's my GPU. Okay. Anyways, I'm on my laptop right now. It's all good. I bought a new laptop for a reason. I have 2 screens. All good. All good. We're good. We're good to go. It's a bit different though, you know? Different vibes. Yes. Lorenzo, how do you do with the ranging market? I trade both directions. Number one, I trade both directions, but I do take profits in ranging conditions. Okay, when we're in a trending market, and we're actually really, when I say trending, we're breaking structure, right? We're breaking out of a low, and we're continuing to drop lower, right? Or we are pulling back a long way to a major level of resistance on the higher time frame. And we could see a potential continuation play because we saw the lows getting taken out. We pull back here and we're here, right? And we're seeing a lot of weakness and we break down. Like these are moments when I hold on to trades. I don't take profits around trades because I don't know where price could potentially come next. And I prefer to actually hold on to my trades a bit longer, right? We talk a lot from that perspective of in different conditions, we apply different rules. So in a trending market with the trend, we hold on. In a trending market against the trend, which could happen, we could see a short-term, longer-term like pullback. I still take profits. In a ranging condition, like we are in right now, I definitely take profits, right? And all that leads me to just grow an account slow and steadily, okay? You could see here, we started this at the, I would say the 16th of June, all right? The 16th of June. And we decided to put around 6K on the account, 6 point something, okay? This is exactly a month ago. Yeah, right? Exactly a month ago. We had a huge streak after streak after streak. No red days at all until I think Thursday. Thursday was the last red day that we experienced, okay? Because we had some red trades, but green days, right? Where we, at the end of the session, closed the session green, closed the session bullish. Thursday was like the first warning sign where I could see, oh, we're really compressing now. The market is all over the place. We got caught in a fake out right there on a Thursday, the 9th of July. But then we recovered. We had 68, 540 down, whatever the case may be. So we're trying to make sure that we are consistent with this right now at the moment. Yeah, we're actually consistent with this. And we're actually trying to grow something steadily right there. Okay? That is what we're looking for. Consistent profits is what we're looking for. Real results. And keep in mind, pretty much everything that we talk about on the streams or in my trades are on the streams right here. Okay? We pretty much talk about it on the streams because it's, it's in my opinion a must that we discuss these things on the stream. Okay? That is the whole point of this challenge, or whatever you wanna call it, right? Is actually trying to do this on the stream. And not in hindsight, okay? Not in hindsight at all. Not in hindsight at all. All right. So what is the goal? I would say the goal is as high as possible, I would say, right? To grow the account as steadily as possible. It's not that I really need the money. For me, it's a great way to showcase my journal live in Telegram, to showcase some proof of well. I think transparency in this industry is needed. And I don't think you can really fake results, right? Live results. I don't think you can fake it on a live account. All right, that's it. Like, what else do we need here? We talk about every trade individually on the streams. Yeah, man. So yeah, we're gonna have moves, potential scenarios where we're gonna drop a little bit, right? We go from 6K to almost 20K right now, right? We might come down to 17K to 15K, then we go up to 25K, right? That is the most logical way of growing an account, okay? To be really honest with you. This is the most healthy way to grow an account, right? You go from 6, we get into a winning streak, you capitalize. You go to 17, you go to 19, you go back to 17 like we did before. Now we're at 19.5, right? Now we're trying to grow it to what, 25. Maybe we go back down to 22, right? Who knows? But that is the healthy way of growing an account consistently in the market, okay? And in my opinion, that is the only way to grow an account consistently in the market, okay? Yes, sir. Well, that makes sense, my friends. That's why we're here live. We're doing our best every day for you right here. So if you could help your boy out and smash up that like button. I know I messed up a little bit because I fucked up my PC and the first 30 minutes of the stream. So thank you for the support. Holy moly. Okay. Anyways, this is why we don't short yet, right? We just talked about what needs to be broken. The value area low needs to be broken. We're holding at the value area low right now in the order flow. We cannot break this area of sellers right there. All those trapped sellers at the bottom. You don't want to be part of those sellers at the bottom. It's pretty straightforward. That is actually quite simple. That closure needs to be there. Number one. Okay? Yes. That closure needs to be there. Anyways, I kind of like this actually on the laptop. It's actually not bad at all. I got a new laptop. It's called the ZenBook Duo. It has 2 screens. It's pretty next level shit actually. It's actually not as bad as I thought it would be to stream on. It's actually really nice. I bought it for traveling actually and for streaming on the road. And you know, doing my work on the road and things like that. It's actually not bad at all, to be honest. Not bad at all. It's not bad at all. Overall, pretty flat, I must say. Again, I think we did expect. Oh, Trump came out with his speech, so we might be looking a little bit more strong, but or strong. Sorry, we might be seeing a bit more volatility, but this was actually a really clean rejection that I was initially already looking for because of this 4-hour zone. But then my computer crashed, so yeah, super annoying. We're literally talking about that level. Lorenzo, you're only trading the Asian market right now? Yes. Not at the moment. We have been only trading the Asia session. Or at least even when I take a trade, right? It is during the Asia session, let's put it this way. And then I hold on to the trade, for example, for, you know, for whatever, how long it's needed sometimes, depending on the market. Depending on the market, of course, right? But for now, we have to admit that gold's holding up quite well, still. The very low is holding up quite well. Okay? It is holding up quite well right now at the moment. So yeah. What lot size are you using? I'm using, I mean, just one lot, pretty much standard. A standard one lot. Okay. But I'll never risk more than. I will stay at this level for a while. Okay, I stay at one lot for a while. Yes, I started very aggressively. Keep that in mind. Okay, so when we grew that 6K account to like 17K. Do keep in mind that we did trade one lot, right? So I took around what 150 pips risk max, so like $1,500 risk, which is quite high, right? Let's be honest, it's quite high. So otherwise you can't double or triple your account in a month, right? So I don't recommend you doing that. Okay. But we have not been increasing the lot size right now. So now we're in a little bit better position because we have not been increasing the lot size since that moment. Okay? Which is actually fine. It's still a relatively good lot size right now to work with. Just one lot right there. In terms of for you, how much should you risk? It totally depends on you. I can't decide for you how much you should risk. You should risk how much you are comfortable with. I don't follow the 1% rule on a personal account, or, you know, I don't think that makes a lot of sense with a small account personally, but it depends. Because if this is everything you have, then maybe it should be 1%, right? Maybe it should be 1%. And also, it's about the learning as well here, okay? It's about building your strategy, building your system, building your focus. It's not necessarily always about the money right away. It sounds weird when I say that, but it's actually the truth, right? It's not always about the money, especially not when you're starting out. What is your average win rate? Average win rate is, I think we're sitting at 75% right now. We were at 78, now we're at like 75. Why did you change the time of your stream? To be honest, we have been really enjoying the Asia sessions. Let's be honest, guys, right? We've been really enjoying the Asia sessions. We've been actually doing very well during the Asia sessions. Yeah, pretty much all the trades that we've taken were taken during Asia. Pretty much all of them. Yes, maybe, yeah, pretty much all of them actually. Actually, pretty much all of them. Yeah. The thing with Asia is you have amazing days, right? Amazing days, and then you have these really slow burns in between that. Okay? In between that. And there is also a huge difference between trading Asia. All right? It's a huge difference between trading Asia and trading things like trading things like the New York session. Huge difference, okay? Huge difference. Huge difference between Asia and New York. And the reason why, actually, is because the following right here. You have to put it in this perspective, okay? What you need to understand of a New York session compared to an Asian session and why it is a completely different way of trading. You cannot compare, okay? You cannot think, oh, I'm gonna trade the same exact way in the Asian session as I'm gonna trade in a New York session, okay? Let me tell you why. What you have to understand from an Asian session is that the market just opens up, okay? And that means that when the market opens up here, that the daily candle just started, all right? And when the daily candle develops, what the daily candle does, usually it engineers that liquidity, right, for a potential direction. Okay, so if we are gonna choose a direction, it engineers that liquidity first. Okay, this is where the Asia is built for, right? Asia is built to develop a daily candle, okay? Not to continue or to process a daily candle, right? That's the key difference between Asia and New York. When New York actually hits, a lot of people call New York the daily open because they're in the US. And for them, it's in the morning. So the candle has just opened up for them, right? They see the New York session as the first session of the day. The reality is the daily candle actually opens in Asia already. So the moment it's New York session, okay, we already have or had around 12 hours, okay, of data. We already have 12 hours of data before the New York session hits, okay? And those 12 hours of data, a lot can happen. A lot of volume can be traded in a certain session, okay? A lot of clarity can come in, okay? So the question in Asia is very simple, okay? We have a very straightforward system and strategy for Asia, because what you can do with Asia is when the daily candle opens up, okay? We're looking at the previous daily candle, and we just always do that one thing first, okay? In the previous daily candle, where are we trading? Are we trading above or below the point of control, all right? Well, we're clearly trading below that. All right, so in that case, you can actually see that also in the order flow, right? We look at where did the 4-hour candle of the New York session closed, okay? Was it above or below the point of control of the 4-hour? This is something that we use in our system to determine our buys for Asia all the time, right? We look at the New York candle from the day before. Why? Because in the New York session, we have to confirm the fact that in the New York session itself, okay, the most volume is traded. Look at that. 12K in the first 4 hours, Asia. 11K, 13K, boom, New York open, 53K. So in the first 4 hours of the New York session, we see around 4 times more volume being traded in one candle. This is information, this is data. So what we then look for is how does that candle closes? Does it close above the POC or below the point of control? The point of control, I mean, the most volume that has been traded in that candle is there. The only thing that I'm asking myself during the Asian session the next day, are we trading above that or are we trading below that? That's it. If you're trading above that and we bounce back into that, there is a big chance you'll find support at that level, okay? If you're trading below that and you tap into that, there is a big chance you find resistance at that level, okay? If you look at the backtested data of that, it's actually very, very effective. This is the day before. Look at that. New York candle right there. 29,000 contracts. Pretty low volume, actually, but 29,000 contracts right there, okay? What happened the next day? Look at that. We set out the line right there. We mark out the zone. We use the point of control of that candle. We mark out a zone right there, okay? We call that the point of control of the New York session. Right there, okay? The next day, after this line, the candle opens up. Boom, what happens? We tap into that. And we drop. We sell off, okay? We did it again today. Most volume was traded here, we tap into that. And now we're selling off. Right there, okay? So it is the understanding of candle development versus candle continuation. The New York session can never be traded the same way as you trade the Asian session. Because the daily candle development is a completely different understanding of how to manage a daily candle after. Okay, if you trade the New York session, keep in mind you have 2 sessions already. The question will always be, right? Let's imagine that Asia is dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping. Okay, Asia and London are dropping, and then New York comes here. Okay, then the question is always going to be the same: is New York going to set in the reversal, or is New York going to set in the continuation? Okay, with the Asian session, it's relatively easy to spot that because you open up, you look at the New York candle, and if you trade above or below that, you have an understanding. You look at the daily candle from previous day, if you're above or below that, you have kind of an understanding how the candle develops, okay? And usually for that reason, have a little bit cleaner price action, okay? Because the market can be super bearish and your daily bias can be bearish. But if your daily bias is bearish, it doesn't mean that your session bias is bearish too, okay? Because the London and then Asia can drop hard and we're in a bearish market, but then New York pulls back. Yeah, we're in a bearish market. Yeah, we're bearish. Everything is bearish. But it's the pullback during the New York session. That's it, okay? So therefore, you have to treat it a little bit differently and you have to look at other tools to understand the New York session just as well as the Asia session. And therefore, you could never treat it as the same, okay? You can never treat it as the same. Oh, that makes sense, okay? In the end, it's about supply, it's about demand, it's about who is in control, okay? And in this case, you could see that we saw a lot of buyers stepping in here, a lot of volume traded, and volume is something that we follow deeply on this channel. We have a look at volume. I don't care if it's the order flow volume, I don't care if it's a volume profile. Everything around volume is what we're looking at because volume is, from my perspective, very hard to manipulate. Okay, because it really shows who is in control according to where we stand against that volume. Where is price operating or trading against that volume? Okay. We'll go much deeper into this later on. I'm also planning about making a lot of content around this here in our in our Telegram group or whatever the case may be as well here. We'll get this done. We'll get this done, but we have to talk about this. Okay. We have to talk about this. The accuracy for that reason has been very high during the Asian session, and this is one of the reasons I moved to the Asian session. Because at this moment, in this market condition, when Trump rules the game, okay, for good and for bad, this is kind of the moment to understand the development of the candle and to anticipate on that development. And that doesn't mean we'll have a trade every day, but pretty much every day, almost every day, we do have a pretty high probability opportunity there. Yeah. There are just days where it's a bit balanced. We're in a balanced market, and we have to just wait for a larger move. Okay. Yes, I would like some tea, yes. As long as I don't spill it over my laptop too, then we're good to go. Thank you. Thanks very much. What is the difference between daily buys and session buys? Great question. Something that I've been talking about all the time, or thinking about a lot, and doing some deep work in as well here. You know the problem with a daily bias. The problem with a daily bias is that you can be bearish for the day, but you can be bullish for the session. Okay? So a daily bias is completely different, or should be completely treated in a different way from a session bias. This is why I don't like to be bearish for the day. Okay? Especially not during New York sessions. It doesn't make sense for me. Okay? I could say that during the Asian session, but not during the New York session. Okay, because the candle already has moved an X amount of pips for an X amount of time. Okay. So this is why I always like to look at volume. How is the volume distributed during the day? Especially if I trade New York session. I will look at each 4-hour candle, okay, beforehand. And I will understand, okay, where is the most volume traded? What is going on? Why? Where are we currently at? And then we go from there. Session bias over everything here. And that's why we'd like to stay as neutral as possible. And this is why I have no issues with trading counter trend at all. A lot of people, you know, when I take counter trend trades, they kind of don't like it on the streams because they're like, you trade a lot of counter trend. Why do you trade counter trend? Trade with the trend. The trend is your friend. I get all of that, right? But yeah, for me personally, sometimes the market goes up and sometimes the market goes down. Yeah, it's just what it is. And it could be that in this session, I expect the market to go up. Or in this next 2 hours, I expect the market to go up. I mean, what do? Only look for sells? Not really. You know? I think 50% of all the trades that you see here are counter trend setups. Not saying that I'm looking for longs now, by the way. Don't get me wrong here. Okay. Yeah. How do you set up your order flow platform like that? This took me 4 months to configure. Yeah. You want to see how an order flow platform looks like from scratch? Let me show you. Okay. While gold is dropping here or getting to that support, let me show you what I mean. This is how an order flow chart looks like when it's brand new. Okay. And the exit chart's right there. Like, I don't know what this is, but to me, this is unreadable. Okay? Unreadable. So in order to get what I want, I had to configure this for a long time. And yeah, I couldn't really find anyone that could help me because I'm also looking on the higher time frame, not just the lower time frame. But yeah, anyways, took a long time. It's not like a trading view chart where you just set it up and it's just done, right? Yeah, let's see what price is doing here right now. We are back at that higher time frame support again, okay? When do we confirm an official breakout? Official breakout confirmation means 4-hour closure below the lows, okay? And that will happen in around 1 hour and 20 minutes. I know it shows 2 hours here, but it's actually 1 hour. 1 hour and 20 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, we're still there. Back at those levels right there, right? Yes, right there. What a mess. What a mess. What a mess. What a mess. Dollar is yeah, pretty much dollar is back at the range. Corner control. Yes. Oil dropping. Gold dropping. Jet, there should be in a 1 hour close at market close like futures, or one that just continues. Yes, correct. We never look at it from that perspective. The candles themselves are good though. The amount of volume traded is very good. It's pretty high volume, so the tick volume is also pretty solid. It works really well. I've been using it for years. But for the actual closures, you look at the order flow and you look at the futures data. Ranked machine, would you spill your coffee this time if I tell you my number of trades yesterday? 154. $154 trades, my friend, in a single day. Is that even possible? Is that even possible? How do you do that? Damn. Is that even possible? Are you taking any more people in your group? No, we are closed for the next 2 months. 6 weeks, sorry. We are closed for the next 6 weeks, yes. Yeah, we had this level marked out here. Here's the thing, right? Let me say you shorted from that level right there. You actually shorted from that area right there, right? And you know, you anticipate the breakdown, and then it doesn't break down, and then price comes back to your entry. This is what happens in ranges. This is what happens in the higher time frame support. Okay. Do you ever take trades in your live stream? I have been on the last few streams. Haven't been seeing much zooming in, zooming out. Yeah, a lot actually. Pretty much a lot of streams. Like you can check everything, by the way. It's in the Telegram as well. This is why we keep a journal in our Telegram, because I think that is the most important thing to do, because then you understand the exact trades that we've taken, right? Oh. Boom, 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 boom. The wins, the losses, you name it. Pretty much all from this month, right? So, I don't know. It's a lot of them. Are we going to enter a deal today or not? I'm not sure today. I'm not sure. I'm looking at it right now at the moment. What is this indicator? This is Tel valuation index, right? This is what we call it. It's just, it measures it against the dollar. That's it. I don't. It's a private indicator I created. I don't sell it though. It's not for sale. I don't make any money over this thing. I don't sell it. I don't sell it. I don't promote it. I don't promote any prop firms. I don't promote any brokers. Yeah, we're back at the resistance already. Right, we're back at the very low already. This is kind of the problem with me longing right now as well here. We're very compressed right now. The best opportunity was actually in that zone right there at the top at the beginning of the stream when we were just doing our breakdown and analysis. But that's when my PC crashed. And I had to restart the stream, unfortunately. And this was in that 4-hour candle right there. Now we're back at support here. We're getting rejected there. We're in the middle. So we could find resistance right now, currently again at this level. The 3979.5 is already a level, but at the same time, we're at macro support too, right? Higher time frame support here at the 3972. So we're in between like these two levels, 79 and 72. And in order to really gain clarity, it's like we either need to go back again to the top of the range and sell off again, or we need to let's take the whole range as well here. Yeah, this is what I mean. Break out of the very high. In the end, the overall goal will be, that will be the most amazing thing to happen to us today, is if the London session can shoot up to that supply zone for New York to sell off again. Right? That would be the ideal case scenario. If we would see that happening and we break out the point of the very high, we'd actually close above that. That would be very good. But for now, we'll face a lot of resistance already here at the 79 and a lot of support at the 72. So it's the smallest range of the week, like 100%. Look at this area right here. This is what we're dealing with right now. Why don't you promote any brokers or prop firms? Because I don't need to. Because I don't need to. We're going to do a little update in Telegram in a second here. I need to update a couple of things as well. From a journal perspective, number one, where do we stand with the account? We really want to grow this. If I can grow this from 6K to 100K, all done live or all discussed in our Telegram for free, I'm the happiest man in the world. Not just for the money, because the money is kind of secondary. Well, just for the process. Have you heard the recent alpha futures? Yeah, I heard about it. I don't know enough about it. I know that many people lost their money. Am I correct? Am I correct? Yes or no? Let me know. I think a lot of people unfortunately, lost their money. Alpha futures, right? That's another risk of promoting prop firms. Approved payouts are rejected and money refunded after the premium account closure, I heard. Okay, if that's the case and you get your money back, at least that's something. Okay. Well, I have seen worse if that's the case. It's unfortunate, but it's still better than losing your money, right? Massive respect for not promoting prop firms. That decision matches your transparency and integrity very well. I do have a link in my description, though. It's FundedNext. So I'm not saying this exclusively, though. I do have a link in my description. I never really talk about it, though, but I do have one link. FundedNext is one of the biggest that I've been knowing for so long. I know a lot of people in their team and stuff, but yeah, even that, I'm not really a big promoter. There are guys that are, you know, they're making so much money over promoting prop firms. And when I say a lot of money, they make tens of thousands of dollars a month with less viewers than we have on average on the stream. Less viewers than we have on average. On a good day, we get around, well, 2,000 viewers live. 30,000 views or 25,000 views per stream, right? So yeah, we could do that too, but I have another idea. Yeah, so very low is definitely holding as resistance here. I think it's going to be tough to break. I think it's going to be very tough. Okay, I really think it's going to be a tough cookie to crack. Gold breaking this level right now. Okay. It will be a tough cookie to crack here. Let's look at the dollar. Dollar is holding up really well. Oil is at support here as well. Yeah, oil is back at support, okay? Dollar is respecting, is trying to break again. Gold is below the point of control, the very low of this bigger range. Let's look at the lower time. Let's look at the order for lower time frame. Always super tricky when you trade inside of higher time frame support and lower time frame resistance. Yeah, we're pretty much there still. Yeah, we're literally, this is something that we have to take into account, guys. Like, this is why it's so a little bit annoying in this session right now, except for the top here at the beginning. The fact that we are just pretty much here, okay? We're pretty much at this area of support right now, okay, on the higher time frame, and we're reacting from it, okay? We're reacting from this level, but at the same time, if you go to the lower time frame and you look internally on the lower time frame right now, and we're simply looking at a range, okay? And at that range right here, we're pretty much bearish, right? We're looking pretty much bearish because the very low, we broke below the value area. So we're in between higher time frame support and lower time frame range resistance. This is what we're doing right now. We're trying to make a decision inside of this. Makes it very tricky. Makes it very tricky right now. You see, it doesn't really want to break down. Yeah, we're just in a little bit of a no trading zone right now. Usually for us, it's pretty clear. I can give you a very clean like buying zone and selling zone. You guys know we're kind of used to doing this on the streams, right? Where we have our buying zones, our selling zones, our buying areas, our selling areas, even here, even on the higher time frame. But in most cases, we do have buying areas, selling areas, clear levels. Clear levels to work with. Today, right now, we're kind of stuck. Kind of stuck in higher time frame support and lower time frame resistance. Yeah. So what could this mean to us? I think it could mean that we might stay in like a range like this today. Okay. We might experience something that we call a accumulation for the New York move, and we might pretty much stay in this area until we come up. I hope the price will come up. Actually, that would be the best of the best scenario, because then New York will tap into the supply zone. And yeah, that could lead us to like another sell-off, right? Who knows, right? We are at support right now on the higher time frame. This is major resistance on the higher time frame. This takes the higher time frame back to the higher time frame. We have been holding us back and rejecting there for the past, I don't know how many weeks. Okay, look at that on the daily, right there. Okay, daily supply, rejection, daily supply, rejection, daily supply, sitting right here. Okay, holding at demand, holding at support right now. Supply right there. Okay. But a lower time frame range. All right. So what I actually would love to see is price pushing higher. And pretty much waiting for price to get out of this area. Maybe look for something like this, a retracement back, push higher along, counter trend, okay? Which gives me the indication that we might break out of this range right here. We create some sort of CERC pattern, okay? We have been using this, we have been trading this so much. We've been so profitable with these trades, right? According to how we've been trading. Break out the value high, okay? So that's pretty much the value high of that range, the point of control of that range. We have this level. We use that. We measure, we pull a zone in, right? We create a zone like that. We wait for price to push back into the 92 after the breakout. Doesn't have to be as high. Can be just a closure above. And then the continuation towards supply, okay? Which is pretty much this area right here. And then we target those highs, right? We will potentially target the highs right there, right? And take out those highs right there. Yeah, something in that matter is a level that I would look for. Then we're in higher time frame supply, and then it's all about the real move. And we might come down and maybe even go for the lows eventually, right? Still going for the lows. The higher time frame is still bearish. Yes, we are in a range. We have not taken out any lows. We have not even taken out the monthly lows from June yet. The previous monthly lows not. Okay, we're still hovering around it, but the more supply zones that are getting created, the more bearish we're getting, right? Even though we're deeper and deeper into that support right now on the higher time frame, supply is definitely still in control. There's no doubt about that right here. So we're just paying attention to that and seeing if we could potentially look for a counter trend long. And therefore we need to break out of the range. Look at the continuation longs. Target those highs, tap into supply, exit our position, wait for price to develop, maybe create some sort of manipulation event, come back to the previous range, maybe, and then sell off, and then target the lows again. So for me personally, I would either look for longs on a breakout. I would enter on a retest and look for the continuation towards the what is it for high? I think it's the New York highs. Yeah, I would target the New York highs. Am I correct? No, so I'm not correct. These are the New York highs. Yeah, pretty much. I would target the New York Stock Exchange highs. Okay. And tap into daily supply. And then exit at daily supply or around daily supply, right? You can fine tune it actually even better by looking at the 12-hour supply. It's even cleaner. We use supply zones and demand zones on the 4-hour. So 4-hour, 8-hour, 12-hour and daily, because we like to understand 4-hour cycles. And 4-hour candle closures are extremely important to us in our strategy. So these are 3 4-hour candle closures, right? 1 12-hour candle, 3 4-hour candle closures. Daily, 6, etc., etc. I think that's the one. I think that's the only trade I could think about. This was an okay one now in hindsight, but keep in mind you have a lot of resistance here to deal with. You're below the value area. The lows were not taken out. Okay, the lows were not taken out yet. If the lows were taken out and you came back into the range, maybe, but the lows were not taken out. So I wouldn't call that the manipulation in any way, shape, or form. But this allows it to break also above the VWAP, I think, right? Yeah. Yeah, for sure, yeah. There we go on the 15-minute, yeah. Target, New York highs. Daily supply. Yeah, you could say the 21, to be honest. 4 to 21. Do we need to see closure above? Yes. Above the value area high. Above the value high. Preferably above the highs there, but let's see if we can do that, right? That's why we marked out this at the 4,000. And this is why if you keep on, and this is always the big lesson, man. Wow, every time. You're going to a short here, right? And it looks super bearish, and you're every time you're in your mind thinking, oh, this is the moment we're going to break out the 4-hour range. This is going to be the moment. This is going to be the moment. We have to. Look at how many times it tested the lows already. This is going to be the breakout. Now we're going to go. And then we don't. We reverse. And we hold support again. And you're back in break even again. Worse, you're now in drawdown again because you didn't take profits. Right? So this is why we can't keep telling each other in a ranging condition, we take profits at bottoms, no matter what. No matter what. If the breakout occurs, just wait for a 4-hour closure. Any retest will probably give the confirmation again. You enter for a worse price, but you have a better confirmation. And you've taken profits if you were short already. Now we're pulling back again to the highs where you shorted from. That's how we take profits. At every range high, range low, always. Because you never know when it will go. It will go when it will go. But somehow when we're in a trade, right, and we're in profit, you see the vision of how we will reach the 3,500 soon. Sporadically, the vision comes. Oh, if I hold till this level, I'll make this amount of money. If I hold till that level, I'll make that amount of money. We should wait for the retest. Yeah, definitely. It's the only clean opportunity I can see pretty much. Just wait for a strong closure above the highs, retest, and pull back. And then hopefully see something like this where we actually break down. The opportunity comes when it comes. Also in terms of being really biased in a ranging condition. Some people are super convinced this is the bottom. And other people are super convinced we're going to sell off until 3,500. For me, I'm actually quite neutral. I don't really care. It doesn't really matter. In the end, the 4-hour will give us the exact confirmation in any direction. Okay, if we break above it, we'll most likely revisit daily supply. All right, we'll most likely get back to this area right here, this red line. Okay, if we close below our zone, our 4-hour closure below, that will probably be the confirmation of an actual breakout of the range. Yeah, finally, right? And then we can continue the process and look for sells again. Okay, if we get the supply here, we wait for a good confirmation. We look for sells again. Because sellers are still in control from that perspective. We're creating supply after supply after supply. Right? Every time we tap into supply, right now, We're respecting it every time. Okay? And the beautiful thing is, losing trades are not wrong. There's nothing wrong with losing trades. I lose trades. We all lose trades, right? This is also how we grow our account naturally. The way we grow our account is not by winning all the time. The way we grow our account is by taking small losses to accumulate more information and to say, okay, I took this loss, but now I have more information, okay? The only time when that did not happen was when I hit those two losses right here, the 800 and the 800, okay? Because I got faked out twice in a terrible condition, okay? That was the only two trades in the whole month of which I was like, ah, shit. Every other small loss I took was on purpose to take out more information, to understand that my initial bias was wrong and will most likely head into the other direction. And then we capitalize on the other direction right there. Hey man, how are you? Lorenzo, I wanted to ask, are you working on LTA book 3? Because in book 2, you gave a little hint about it, about order flow. I did. It's true. I talked about it. Working non-stop. That's all I can say. On multiple different things. Yeah. We did close above the VWAP, yes. We did close above the VWAP, right? Yes, we did. First time. Do you need to read the first version if you want to understand the second version of the LTA book? No, you don't know. You don't need to read it because it's actually compressed in book 2 as well. So you don't have to. You can read both. It will help, I think. There are more. You have just more examples. If you read both of the books, you have more examples, right? Our first edition and our second edition. We're actually breaking pretty well, but it's the 15 minutes without. It's not bad, actually. I know we're back in this era, but it's not bad. We're respecting this level too. We'll still have major resistance there, though. We need to break it, like we already talked about. We need to break that level. Yeah. Which order flow platform are you using? We're using Xau charts, yeah. Xau charts. Yeah, we still have a major zone there. We're just seeing this at the moment right there. The session VWAP is sitting right above there. It's at I think it's at the 5-ish area. Let me look at the future chart real quick. We will have some more resistance though. 13, right? Yeah. Yeah, we might indeed go for these highs right there, like we talked about, and then sell off again, which is this area, aka the daily supply. So it's actually not the 21, it's actually 17. And then I would look for sells only in that area right there. So the fact that we are holding above this is good. The fact that we might close above this and retest is good. And we might indeed go for those highs. But I think that sells are going to be still more relevant after that, personally. So I might set a limit order very soon. What's the difference? 96 and 4,000. So we're only around, it's only around a 4-point difference right now. There we go. We're already going. We're already going. Yeah. Should I hold? At least look at the 4016. Okay. The 4016. A lot of sellers were trying to sell and they were trying to predict the breakout, and then the breakout doesn't happen. Never sought support, right? Yeah. Facts. Wow, look at that. Wow, that's quick. That is very quick. That is very, very fast. Wow. That's more than just a breakout right now, right here. Damn. No closure above, no retest, for sure. All the sellers are out. That's for sure. Or they will be out once these highs are taken there. Who knows? But guess where we're going to tap into? In this level very, very soon here. So it's this level that I would watch. It's the high right there. That's the exact high we're talking about. Expect resistance very soon. Yeah, right there. At the same time, I am looking at the dollar valuation as well, and this is a important thing that we have to look at. Okay, and this is one of the big signals of reversals as well. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of the vertices in the market, but this is like the stock valuation index. It measures gold against the dollar. It's not an RSI or relative strength index. It is just an indicator that measures gold against the dollar index. Okay, I can change this to oil if I want to, right? And measure it against oil. Usually it's very similar. Usually it's very, very similar. In this case, you can actually see the price now is breaking, creating higher highs, but we're actually creating lower lows on the valuation index. Okay, same thing as here. We were recreating higher highs, we were creating lower lows. Okay, at support. So we're still not fully convinced that we're just going to break out there. This is why I'm still taking this high in consideration, which is actually this area right here. So If he can pull back and if he can pull back and push higher to take out those highs, then maybe I'm just looking to scalp short at those highs instead and stay involved, I would say, at the daily supply. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Regardless, I definitely think it's worth giving it a try if you take out those highs. I definitely think it's worth giving it a shot here, even though we have we're trying to break out right now. I think there is still a lot more resistance to cover. I don't think it's that easy right there. And it looks like the same level as well. Yes. The 21. I'll actually be looking at something like this. 21. At least targeting the retest and maybe the low, but it's nasty that we're breaking out, that's for sure. In a good way, actually. It's a good thing that we do right now. It's actually good for the market to pull back right now. Actually a good thing. I think I'm gonna try this right there. Not there, not there, not there, not there. Yeah, something like that. So yeah, it's good that we were following up here. We did kind of expect it now if we break out that we would look for that continuation. We will find resistance though very soon. Yeah, but we have this candle right there at 8 from that's the 1 hour candle on the New York session. That's very good. Rejected that, right? Yeah. Yeah, the 21 is something that I'm interested in right now. Especially because of this right here. The valuation is showing that we're definitely not there yet. The dollar right now at the moment is doing nothing more than hovering around. And it's not really breaking. Yeah, the New York Stock Exchange highs, right? The 18-ish, and then the 21 is that squeeze that I'm looking for. Overall, we could still get towards those highs though, right? We could still pull back and get there. Like, don't get me wrong. We could still potentially get into our area. We just broke out of our range. We could now pull back into the very high. And still try to take out those highs right there. There is still a possibility that we'll look for something like this as well. I'm just watching the potential larger move right now first, and then we'll see. But yeah, it's pretty much just following up with our line, the breakout, then a retest, and then the question is, will we respect the very high, which is the 91, the 91.92. There's a chance we can get there. Yeah, you see already a lot of buyers trying to step in here without success. But there is still a lot of selling below, which might hold support as well. So we have the VWAP as well. So with the VWAP, we have the closure above it. We have a lot of sellers that stepped in here, trying to look for shorts. We have the breakout and the retest. So it's not looking that bearish now in the short term yet. I would not look for shorts here. Might be a bit of a longer stream today. Who knows? Let's see. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so probably have to buy a new GPU because I spilled my coffee and it came down and it tapped into my computer. And then the GPU started to do like some weird stuff, right? So we'll see what happens. But this laptop is so good actually for streaming. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. It's gonna be good. Got my little keyboard here. So nice actually. I like it. There we go. What laptop do you have? The best laptop for traders. The best laptop for traders, the best laptop for streamers. Okay. I sold my MacBook for this laptop because I couldn't believe it. I was like, yes, this is what I want. This is what I want. Yeah? That's what I want. Yes, so I bought it. I sold my MacBook for it because I was like, you know what? I have a PC anyways. I like my PC. I like Windows. I don't know why people hate Windows. I love Windows. The older the Windows, the better. No, man, it was a good decision. I really like it. I remember my grandfather. My grandfather always he was a big fan of computers, always, even at his age, at the time. And he had like Windows 98. Windows 95 and Windows 98, the good times. These were the good times. This laptop takes a lot of power. Battery run out fast. No, man. I've been using this thing forever. Made some major upgrades. Major upgrades. Are we looking for buys? Yeah, I'm thinking about like if we can get to the very high. There is indeed a chance that that price could potentially hold the very high. Yeah. And then we go for the New York highs, the New York Stock Exchange highs. This is kind of the goal, is to get there. And then the higher time frame takes control again, because then we're back at supply. The higher time frame supply in a month is pretty much there. Yeah. Why do you prefer Windows over Mac? Functionality. I've been using MacBook for years, by the way. So don't take it for. Don't think that I'm a Mac hater. I had a MacBook for 10 years. You know what I feel is lacking though? I feel that they're lacking innovation. And I think that right now we're seeing a wave of new laptops coming from Huawei, these Chinese models. You know, different types of innovation that is coming out right now. Dual screens, like amazing quality laptops. High performance laptops that are very innovative and very good for the industry. And I think that the Macs have been just, honestly, I was getting a bit bored of it. You know what I mean? Do I really need more performance? No. Do I really care about that extra bit of performance for my YouTube streams, for my trading view charts? Not really. Right? Do I always edit videos 8-9 hours a day? Not really. Right? So how much power do I actually need? Do I really need more battery? Like, it's already going the whole day, right? Like, Okay. Well, anyways, we're holding up. We're kind of seeing the reaction right here pretty well. It makes sense why here as well. Why we're seeing it happening right now at the moment. Yeah, we'll find resistance though at those highs, definitely. Do want to see these highs being taken out, but it will be tough. It will be tough to break. But if you do, then that's a very good sign in terms of, it's a good sign for us, I would say. We kind of failed to take out the lows here at the same time. The New York highs are kind of interesting to look at as well. The main reason why is not because it's the New York highs and we're looking at liquidity. It's not really like that. It's actually much more about order flow and volume. And the New York highs happen to be there, right? Rejecting from a major level, a major candle, a major low, which is this hourly sweep, this hourly breakdown with a lot of volume. Because this was the New York candle, okay? The New York hourly candle right here. And this was the retest of that. Yeah, we have to play it a little bit on the 15-minute today, or the 5-minute maybe. Yeah, so it's pretty clear to me right now, to be honest, guys. I think that if we pull back here, yeah, I might be willing to look for a little bit of a long around this area and to see if you could get towards those highs. And then I think the largest sell-off is what I will be looking for if we see good reaction out of this level, which is, of course, taking us back towards daily supply again, right? The daily supply zone that we are actually facing right here, which is always going to be more dominant. Anyways, we have to look at it from that perspective. Yeah, we have seen supply after supply getting rejected. And this is what you can see also. News comes in, it induces a lot of people to go long. Positive news comes in, the CPI comes in, bad for the dollar. Gold shoots up, taps into supply, sells up. Sellers take back control. PPI, same thing. Yesterday, right? New supply zone created the gap. Daily candle is closed below that level. If we didn't close below, it would have been a different story, but we managed to close below the low of Tuesday. So it becomes still very, very, very important level, very important resistance. And yeah, my goal is to see if we could find a way to get back, to target those highs, which is actually the hourly open. It's just the hourly volume, which is actually right here, okay? That will be considered the target right there, the hourly target. This is the hourly candle, the 8 hour. This is the most volume. A retest of that. The takeout highs will be the ideal. And then we'll see. we broke out of the value area. This is the value area of the range. Okay, so the whole goal is to take a trade, to put the stops actually below the value area. Okay, of the volume. So we came down, we broke down, we tapped into higher time frame support, we broke out with volume, with aggression. We are above the value high. We will retest the value high. The value area itself is the area where more volume has been traded. You can actually see that by looking at the highlighted zone in this range. 70% of the volume is distributed in this zone. And you can actually see that right now we will be retesting this very soon. And there is a chance that we might respect it and hold at it, right? Something around that area is what we'll be looking for. And take a trade setup around that area. Target stop loss below the lows of the value area and target the New York Stock Exchange highs. And then from there, if that happens, and we actually do see that playing out, observe what happens here. So observe what happens here, right? Do we see a reversal pattern or anything like that? And can we then go for the larger push using higher time frame supply again? So yeah, that is kind of the thought process right now. I think it was a good breakout. Honestly, it was a good test. It was also a good breakout about the VWAP as well. We managed to aggressively break above it with conviction, and we will have a deeper pullback, but still, the VWAP is sitting right there. So I think I will give it a try if you pull back into it, see what happens. Give it a try and then target that high and then get out, observe, wait for the session. New York, potentially. London, New York, London maybe a range, New York maybe a manipulation, and then a reversal. Who knows? No expectations, but keeping a very close eye on the higher time frame. Will be an entry maybe around the in the low volume, maybe around the 90s. The 90, yeah, I would say the 90. Yeah, I think so. I think around the 90. I think that's a good level. Because we're looking at a low volume node inside of it. And then stop loss simply below the value area low. Below the value area in general. Right? Something like that. So entering around the value area high, stop loss below the value area low inside of the range. Stop loss is too big. If you think the stop loss is too big, you can also wait for the reaction here and see how price reacts. Yeah. Let's give it a try at least, right? Yeah, I'm willing to give it a try. Let's see what happens. Yeah, 90, roughly speaking, roughly around the 90 right there. Let's see. How much is the stop loss? Stop loss is in dollar size. I love to always calculate from dollar value, right? It has to make sense for me. $1,300. $1,300, which is totally fine, right? It's pretty decent risk. I mean, way less aggressive than before, of course, because of our account size. We started at 6K. It was like, for the challenge, it was like, that was kind of like, oh, wow, $1,300 on a 6K account, $1,500. It's a lot of risk, but it has not, the risk has not increased. And now we can play a little bit more, be a bit more consistent with it. Yeah, I would say the 76, yeah, 76.5, right? Okay. Boxer says counter trend is never good. I learned the hard way. If you don't take profits, yes, then you will. Then the market will teach you a lesson. Absolutely. The market will teach us a valuable lesson. I think 50% of all the trades that we have been taking here, okay, were counter trend trades, to be honest. Right, so I have nothing against counter trend trading. You guys know it. The whole Telegram is full of them. But taking profits is just a rule that we have to set for ourselves right there. It's usually that people cannot, the reason why people say that, they're like, never take counter trend trade is because they know from themselves that they can't take profits, or they hold on to their trade with full commitment in the hope that they see the complete reversal. Right? And then they're not willing to take profits or to close their trades or whatever. Not saying that I win every trade, by the way, but like, you know, regardless, it really helped me tremendously in the month of June. Taking profits changed the game. This is how we grew our account. And I think the healthy way is going to be, like right now, we had a big winning streak. We grew our account from like 6K to like 17. We went up to 19. Then we dropped. We had a loss, fake out, or we got caught in a fake move. And we got trapped. So we went back to 17. And now we're at 19.5. So we hope to break above like 20 and then continue to go up and then, you know, come back down 22. Like the healthy way is just ups and downs, but keeping the losses smaller than the wins. Yeah, it's pretty much what we want to see here. Soon we have the closure as well. The most important thing, we close above this level. And then the next hourly candle will tap into it immediately. And I would love to see that. I would actually love to see that. Voxer says, I've always wondered if big traders like banks watch these streams with thousands watching a counter trade. I don't think they're bothered about us at all. I don't think that they even know we exist. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Yeah, I saw that too. Hourly closure coming too soon as well. That's something that we have to take into consideration. What a timing, obviously, right now. So let's see. Let's see if they can enter Friday. Friday, nice. Nice today. So close. Let me go to the toilet real quick. 1 second. Come on. Why is always when I have to go? Always when I have to go. So close. Did it hit it or not? Okay, let's see. Wow. Hourly closure, right? Hourly closure. Yeah. Hourly closure. Okay, we're in the hourly as well. Oof. The amount of patience required. The amount of patience we need. Straight up. In our zone here, of course, at the VWAP as well. Wow. And the 4 hour. The 4 hour too. Forgot about the 4 hour. 4 hour closed above it. That's actually good. That is actually good. It's actually positive. The fact that we did that is actually not a bad sign, by the way. Yeah, okay. Okay. Look at the 1 minute. Are you comfortable with counter trading? Yeah, personally, yes. I am, yeah. We have been making, I think, at least 10K in profits from that, from counter trading here on this account. No, not 10K. Since this account, maybe half of them. Maybe half of them. So yeah, I would say so. That's trying to hold, that's for sure. Where's the chart? Yeah. Yeah, we're literally at the VWAP. We're literally at it, indeed. You're correct. We started with low volume, no below as well. We're watching this as well here. Hopefully we don't get all the way down to the point of control. But yeah, stop loss is at, my stop is at the 76.5. Give it a bit more room. Keep in mind that 4-hour candle just opened up as well on the order flow as well. Order flow, 4-hour, 1 hour. Where's price? It's just around our entry, man. That's it. Just hovering around our entry. We're going up a bit, down a bit. Unless you buy below, sell high, it's good to enter. Yeah, that makes sense. Buy low, sell high, or sell high and then buy low. That's true. What is your risk? My risk, let's see the exact risk. I think it's $1,300. Yes, it is $1,300. $1,342. Yeah. To make, who knows? Always think of both scenarios. What happens if you're wrong? If I'm wrong, I'm back at 18,200. Where did I start the week with on this challenge account? Live challenge account, live account. We started at 17.2, 17.3. So yeah, it's not a big week if this ends bad. But we're not down for the week, but it's not a big week. But I think the stop loss is pretty strategically placed, 76. The reason why it's there is because we have the point of control, we have the low volume node, we have the value area. We broke above the value area. I want to maintain inside or above it. That's it. Yeah, this is that level, right? So the stop loss should be below this zone. Pretty much. That's the value area, clearly. Don't want to break it. The VWAP is above it. So with all those levels there, I mean, yeah, man, just have to give it some time. See how price reacts in any of those levels. Why internet high? CERC. Break above the value area. We trade this pattern all the time, right, guys? There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, 5 minutes undervalued again. Also. You gotta love these slow bleeders, these slow ones. Did you watch the UFC? Yeah, I did. I think everyone did. I think everyone did, but yeah, it was not. That's why I don't like to bet on these type of fights, because like, especially not those big main events. It's just like anything is possible. Anything can happen. Yeah. $50-50 this trade, you mean? We'll see. What a slow bleed though. Wow. Very slow. You should close while it's still early. People always tell me right away, close. This, a little bit of drawdown, close the trade, close the trade. Sometimes it's good to close it, to be honest. But sometimes not. Sometimes I don't like to close a trade. In this case, I don't like to close the trade. Okay. I like to hold on to it. In this case. Sometimes we do close trades early when we're actually clearly invalidated and there is no other way. But we have the point of control. We have the low volume node. We're undervalued. We're in like, we had a 4-hour, 1-hour closure. We're just building the bottom wick of those candles. There are so many things happening at the same time right now that it would be not smart for me to close in a little bit of drawdown. It just doesn't make any sense. Not in this example. Yeah. I don't know, bro. I just swapped the New York high. No, I did not, right? I think the New York highs are... there. At the 16. The New York Stock Exchange highs. Sorry. Yeah. Man, it wants to go, but then a little bit of rejection again. Oil pumping? No. Ah, okay. Yeah, there's always one of those. So always one of those. It's either oil, and if it's not oil, it's the dollar. Dollar is flat. So that's not the worry. That's not the thing right now. Oil, baby. Okay. Okay, let's pay attention to oil. Okay, point of control is next. 38, 36, 36, 39.86, sorry. 39.86 is our next zone. Then we have our low volume node at 85, 80, yeah, 85. Same as this VWAP right now. We're tapping to the VWAP right now as well here. So if we break through all these levels, yeah, then it will be tough. But for now, we are still, we're at it. We're literally at it. In news, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's bounced from the VWAP and the point of control right now. That's why we're reacting here. That's why we're seeing a bit of a reaction right now on the 5-minute too. Yeah, patience. A lot of patience. No, my stop loss is where it needs to be, in my opinion. I know my risk. It's $1,300. In this case, I don't see a clear point where I would say, okay, if we're invalidated, then I will close my trade earlier. Now the stop loss actually needs to be there, below the value area, and I would not change it in this specific trade. There are trades where I would close earlier when I see like, oh, we're invalidated and things like that, but that's not for this one. Yeah. Constantly rejecting at the level, right? Our entry, pretty much. Do you think it's high risk? I don't think so, personally. If it's a high risk trade, I don't take high risk trades for me. But that doesn't mean that low risk means we always win. There's no such thing as that. The only thing there is following clear setups that I like to take. Yeah, it's kind of reacting here though, huh? What is your stop loss? 76.5. Yeah, 76.5. How much do you usually risk on a trade? Well, it depends on what kind of account. Depends on what kind of account I trade. Sometimes I trade on a larger account, right? Like a $70,000, $80,000 account. So the risk is a bit lower. In this case, we did kind of like a challenge where we started to grow a smaller account into like a bigger account and things like that. So yeah, we took a bit more risk. But still, it's within our parameters right now. We're at 19.5. The risk is 1,300. So I don't know. In the rate perspective, it's a lot, but actually it's not really. If you look at it from this perspective, it's actually not as bad. We started the week with 17 on this 17.3. So I hope we don't lose the trade, of course, because that will mean that we will be back again at around 18.2. We would only make $1,000 this week on this account, whereas the week before we made around $5,000 on that account. So that would not be as as good as the week before. Okay. Yeah, wondering if we have to tap into this area here. The 84 on the 80, pretty much. The 80, sorry. Is it the 80? No, the 82. If that's necessary. I see a lot of sellers coming in here, though. You do see a lot of selling coming in right now. Look at the 134. But we don't have that wick right there, the top wick here sitting on the hourly, on the order flow. We don't have that. It feels a little bit like an inducement right now. Still. There are just too many signals that don't make me fully believe that this is that I'm wrong yet. Harbor says sometimes mentors even don't know shit. They're gonna make you blow your account. That's true. If you don't listen to what I do, or like if you don't understand the way I trade, then yeah, for sure. %. You just jump into the sea without knowing the deep. Woo! Thank you. I love the chat when we draw down, honestly. When we're a little bit of drawdown. I love the fucking chat. And they always disappear when we're in profit again. But I always come back when I lose a trade. But the question is, do we make money? Do we make money over time? Are we profitable? Yes. Do I prove it to you guys every month? Yes. Do I show my trades in real time? Yes. On Telegram? Yes. On a live account? Yes, sir. Do I promote prop firms or brokers? No. Gotta love you guys, though. Gotta love you guys. Yeah, it's a slow bleeder. I do agree, it's a slow bleeder. But now it will become interesting because now we have the 30-minute closure. And this next 30 minutes is going to determine a lot in terms of how this hourly develops. No doubt you are a great trader, win or lose, but in this case you are in a bear market trying to counter trend trade and feels you fall in love with this trade. I mean, how many counter trend trades did we win? How many longs have you been taking? Let the data speak for itself, I would say. I feel that you guys sometimes get more emotional than I get when I'm in a trade. Is it me or is it you that's emotional? I don't understand it. Yeah, the 30-minute candle closed. So we arrived. We're in our second phase right now. We would call this the second phase. The second phase of the hourly. This will be very important, especially the next 15 minutes. We needed to push it higher some, yeah, we do. If we reach the 84, if we get there, 84 point, the 84.5, we'll put on the song. That's the only thing I don't like about live streaming, is that people go all in on every trade I take. They put the whole account on everything that I take. And I'm super aware of that responsibility. But the thing is, yeah, we can show the profits, we can show all the trades here. Since we started with the account. And you understand that there are the red things inside of those trades as well. Even though we tripled the account size. But still, right? People will still just go all in on it. That's the only thing I don't like about live streaming in general. Okay, we're in that level. We are in our zone. I would watch this level very closely right now. We really want to see a little bit of a reaction here. Let me zoom in a little bit. We really want to see some sort of reaction around this area right now. Especially this low volume node right here. A little bit of a reaction would be nice. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, guys, read it. It seems a bit messy here on the chart. Do you see the volume? The volume is coming. Yeah, so we managed to break the value high. The point of control as well right now at the moment. The VWAP as well right now at the moment. So it's not looking really, really promising now that we are also breaking this. And we don't see really a good reaction from the low volume node either. So it was just another... we're still in it. We're still in that zone actually. Let's go back to the order flow one more time here. Yeah, we're close to it. We're very close to our zone. Top loss is below our area, below that level. All right, we're gonna tap into it now. Look, watch this. We're coming down pretty hard. I'm down $800. My risk is what? 13. We're in our zone now. Okay, we're here. We have arrived. Man. If this is the reaction here. Then I could have gotten a much better entry actually. A much better entry. Yeah, we're in that zone. Yeah, we're stop 76.5. So we're pretty much halfway. Do you trade in NQ? No, strictly gold right now. Especially in the last couple of, I mean, the last 6 months, every day. Not every day, but strictly gold. I think just making the most amount of money on gold. Now we're right in that zone right now. Really want to see that reaction though now. Zero. Straight up. We didn't even create a top wick there. We just one candle through all the levels. This is the last one. This is where all the volume has been traded on across the range itself. And you usually see a reaction, you know it. When you see at least a reaction, you kind of can see and you can tell, like, okay, this is like, we're gonna find support here. But not in this case right now. Straight to the VWAP. So this is my third trade loss to hit stop loss, and this one looks like stop loss too. It's unfortunate they haven't been taking the winning trades. I don't know why. Because I have not been losing 3 times in a row now. Yeah, also in terms of the trade itself, yeah, I really wanted to see these highs being taken out as well. Getting to that supply zone, that would have been really good. We saw a really promising CERC breakout at higher time support. So it's pretty, for us, it's pretty textbook, to be honest. I would probably take the trade again. What I just didn't like was like how we tapped into it and we just had no reaction, just that slow bleed, like zero power, zero. Yeah, exactly. How much money you usually make per trade? Per trade or per month? It depends. It depends. We started this account. I think we started this account, yeah, by the couple weeks ago, right? At 6K. We had a huge winning streak. Huge winning streak. These red days were all part of, these were still green days. We had 0 green days until Thursday last week. That's when we had our loss, right here. Then we recovered from the loss, right there. So we made more than our loss with a green day again. So now we're pretty much at balance-wise at our highest point. And if this is a loss, then we're still up for the week, but barely, like $1,000. Serum says, feels like we're just one headline away from the next major move. Yeah, I think so. I think so too. Were all trades on stream? Yeah. All on stream or discussed in Telegram, but discussed on stream, then followed up in Telegram. Yeah. How's the order flow? I think we're reacting exactly from the level we need to react from, though, which is this level right here. So I'm not really surprised to see a reaction here right now. I'm not really surprised to see a reaction out of this area, at least. And that's why my stop loss is below it, because I know that if price would break and take this out, then we'll most likely stay around the range, stay within the range itself. Is it a good idea if my account is 100K and I don't keep stop loss because usually market does come back? Yeah, but only one mistake is the end. You only need one mistake and it's over. Okay? You just need one. You just need one. You can be right 99% of the time, and that one mistake will cost you your 100K account. So that's not what you should do, no. And trust me, we've all been there. Yeah? Talking from experience here. Okay? Because it seems so logical, right? At some point, the market has to come back, but you pay fees. Number one. It's annoying to be stuck in drawdown for weeks, if not months. There's so many opportunities you miss out on because you can't enter a new trade. It's just a waste. It's just a waste, you know? Hourly closure is very soon. It's actually 9 minutes. So I expect the volume to come in a little bit now. In your perspective, is it possible to make 1K to 10K in 3 months? I mean, obviously it's possible. I mean, we grew it from 6K to almost 20K right now in a month. But it depends how much risk you're willing to take. What kind of system do you have? You know, is the variance a little bit with you? Are you trading with your variant? Like, are you a little bit like in that winning streak? Right? When we kicked it off, we had like that 3-week streak where we just didn't lose a single trade or a single day. So you need to have the wind to your back. So it also depends how much risk are you willing to take, right? It depends how much money you have. Would I put my last $1,000 all in on a trading account and try to grow to 10K quickly, risking 30-40% of my account? No, I would never do that. I personally would never do that. But like, it depends. Maybe you can do it. I would not be able to do it properly. And the reason why we can do it with 6K is obviously because you have to understand that, you know, we have more than 6K in the back to work with, right? It is impressive. It is impressive how this area is holding up. Kind of have been watching it for a while now, but yeah, it will be very tough. This one will be a tough cookie. Yes. Is it wise to then risk at least 10-15%? I mean, it depends, like, once again. I never like to tell people how much to risk, you know what I mean? Because it's all personal. There's so many personal factors related to this. It's very tough. But what I can say is that I would risk. I can say how I would manage the trade, or each trade, in each condition, you know what I mean? I'll definitely tell you that. I would manage every trade differently. Rura says, your loss is my profit right now. Nice. Congratulations, man. It all comes down to your emotion and psychology. I think so too. I think risk is usually connected to this. That's why, like I'm saying, for some people, it's impossible to risk because they will never make the right decisions, you know? There were moments in time, also for me, where I took a trade and then I risked double at some point. I was like, okay, now I'm ready to increase my risk. And I had a winning streak. Amazing, right? And I was growing my account. And then I was like, you know what? Now I'm at a stage where I can double my risk. And somehow the moment I doubled my risk, everything went to the other direction. So it all depends. It's a personal thing. Yeah, what is your risk? Yeah, $1,300, yeah. So how much is that in percentages? I don't actually really know. What is it? 10%, 7%, 6%, something like that. 7, I would say. 7 point something. But keep in mind, we were risking this also when we started the account, right? So the risk was way higher at the time. And now it's lower. What would you do if you lose this trade? I would probably sit back a little bit, wait, be patient again, and let New York, let price develop all the way until New York session. See where we are. I would pay attention to every 4-hour candle closure. In the meantime, I would wait for the 4-hour candle of New York to develop, and see at the first hourly candle of the New York session if I can find where the volume was traded and where we are. And depending on where we are in terms of price, I would decide if I would take another setup and go from there. And I would risk probably the same amount. But it depends, of course. It's Friday, so we have to be a little bit cautious. That's something I would do. So yeah, that means if I would lose this one, it would be 18.2. And I start at 17, so I have another $1,000 to risk to break even pretty much for the week, which is actually not that great, to be honest. But it's not the end of the world either, especially in this condition. If we don't take a trade, we will after this trade, we will still be profitable for the week. But there is a chance I would take another trade because of the... But it depends on the volume. It really depends on the volume. It's hard to say right now. It's really hard to say right now. Why does it doesn't want to break? It doesn't want to break because we are in this area right now. That's why. We're in this zone. When he gets off the stream, he will get into a profitable trade, lol. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it works this way, yeah. What can I say? I can't control that either. But I barely trade outside of the stream. It's very rare, actually. Okay, closure again. All right, we survived a 1 hour candle. Bad start. Overall, if you look at the 4 hour though, I'm looking at the 4 hour right now. Right, I'm like, wow. Right, that 4 hour just came down immediately. both buyers and sellers are kind of are entering. There are a lot of buyers entering too in this candle right here in the moment. It's pretty equal actually, 1.4, 1.2. Look at all those limit orders at the top there. Do you see that? You have the 380, the 358, the 340. They're all chilling right up there. The big orders are sitting there at the top. Okay? And that's exactly the 44. That's exactly the level that we talked about right there. Okay? That is exactly that supply area on the chart. Okay? That higher time frame supply. So it's actually around this range. Okay? That we talked about right there. It's actually around here. And I'm like, man, I really was thinking this is what we're going to try to go for. We're going to try to go to those levels, to those limit orders. And maybe not now, but maybe later. Okay? Maybe later. As long as these orders are staying there, at some point we'll come to fill them. And yeah. You don't really see much happening below. Okay? All the big orders are sitting above. Right now, at the moment, you can see it right there. So there's definitely something to watch. Okay? It is definitely something to watch. Still. Question is, do we have to take out the lows, then go, right? But that's there was also another incentive, by the way, to take that to take that retracement. And try to get there. But every squeeze that we see now, every push up that we see, that comes up with some volume, immediately gets like absorbed right now at the moment. So what are those orders? These orders are pretty much what we call the passive orders in the market. It shows you where huge limit orders are placed. This is one of them, the 40-50 on 40-40 on futures. Okay, is where it kind of starts. It's kind of that range that we talked about. Okay. And what tends to happen is it tends to act like some sort of magnet. If there's nothing to grab, it tends to go to where the orders are, where the big orders are placed. So I don't use it as resistance or like anything like that or support. It's more for me just an indication. Is there a chance that price will be drawn to those orders, right? That is usually what I'm looking for. So when price gives me a setup on the chart and I get another confirmation from like the volume profile, breakout, a VWAP breakout retest, or like a breakout of the range with a lot of trapped sellers at the bottom, right? Sellers that got squeezed out at the beginning of the session. I'm like, wow, that's a good confirmation to maybe enter on the pullback to target those limit orders, for example, right? That is the thought process behind the setup. And it has been working really well, but it's not perfect. Like nothing is in this strategy. Okay, not always. But it's an interesting thought process to always look at. Think about. Was a good try. I heard that too. Yeah, stop loss always strategically placed. You know what I mean? So if the target allows us to say, okay, the stop loss can be this big, then I will do it usually, because the fact that there are some levels in between that we look at, this is one of those levels, for example, that we pay a lot of attention to see if there is potential that we can hold it. So yeah, if we get stopped out, it's a really big tell sign that we're just getting absorbed. So this is the zone that we're holding here. We don't really want to break it. But if we do break it, then it's done. It's a done deal.
Bring the baseline back around again.
No reaction. No reaction. So close. Yeah, we're still in. I'm watching it very, very closely. Also in the order flow right now at the moment. Watching it very closely. But nothing seems to recover here for gold. This 4-hour candle was a straight up. And I still think that by the end of this 4-hour candle, I still think we're going to squeeze up. I still have this, but we have to wait and see. Only time will tell if I'm correct about that. Yeah, we're very close. Need to focus.
Bring the baseline back around again.
Yeah, it's just one big slow bleed, so you don't see any impulse or whatever the case may be, so it's just a tough one. Don't see any good solid reaction here. But there's no need to close it here. Lorenzo, my friend, when you come to South Africa, let me know. I would love to host you. Definitely, man. Thank you for saying that. Appreciate that. He's such shit. Always mostly stop loss. Okay, how much money did you make this month? Let me know. What's your take on Indonesian traders who stream on TikTok app? I don't know. I heard that TikTok is like the next big wave, man. I see a lot of people trading TikTok right now. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, at the same level. That same level is holding up. Callisto, a bunch of scammers. Sorry to say that. They're a bunch of scammers. Don't trust every guy you see, man. Really. There's a reason why I don't promote all these things right now. I've seen all the ins and outs of the industry. I know how it works. Okay. I don't want to go too deep into it because I've been in this industry for so long right now that I've seen this myself firsthand. I know how it is. I know I've been, part of it too, right? I understand everything about it. That's why I stopped promoting all these things like brokers and prop firms and stuff. Because I was kind of sick of it. Wow, yeah, the value area low is holding up. This is why we're reacting here still. We're still not breaking down because of that exact reason. Just the value area low. It's still holding up. It doesn't want to break it for now. And it's also that order flow zone as well. It's the same thing pretty much. It's the same level. We don't want to take it out. All right, almost out. Almost out, my friends. So close to the stop loss right now. We hit it already. We're almost out on this thing as well. And then we do our account analysis, see where we are with the account. Still not hit though. Not yet, at least. So yeah, Wednesday we had the last stream we had a winning trade. Then before that, after that we had a winning trade. So we made back our, I think we were up like around $2,400, $2,500. Then price came back down. We had a little bit of a, oh yeah, we had to capture small loss to combine with the win. It was actually just one trade. Split it to multiple different entries. Wow, can't believe this one wasn't hit though. Wow. Wow, can't believe this one wasn't hit. Talking about stop losses sometimes, damn. Yeah, that absorption is real, but there's no follow through though. But the stop is where it needs to be. And it's just at the lows, right there. For me, it's no need to take out the stops here. It is just what it is. Like I don't need to move the trade. We put our stops there on purpose, right? To say, okay, we're wrong. We're at that level. We accept our defeat and we'll move on. We'll move on from there. The crazy thing is we're still even up for the week. But I would have loved to close the week with, you know, a little bit more conviction. That would have been amazing. Okay, out. That's unfortunate, man. That's unfortunate. Let me see the terminal right now. How much are we at? $11.5K profit, $1,400 loss. Trade account size 18.1. Okay. All right, guys, 18.1. Yeah, that means that we are up $800 for the week on this challenge live account. It's not a big one, not a big week. Not a big week for us in comparison to the previous 3 weeks. Lorenzo, always love and support for you, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, the main thing was there was just no follow through. I had overall, I like the overall idea really of getting involved into this setup personally. I know there was a constant impulse sell-off, right? Constant impulse sell-off, impulse sell-off, impulse sell-off. So I can't be sitting here surprised and acting all nonchalant, like, oh, you know, because I can't see that this is what's happening. But at the same time, we had a list of confirmations that I really enjoyed to see, and that was the massive increase in volume as well as the range. I saw those limit orders sitting up there, which are sitting at this area. You see these blocks right there? Those orders sitting there, 201, 180, 175, 167, 168, 177. Those levels are areas that we were looking for to target, because those levels are very, very important levels to watch and to come. And I still believe, honestly, that we might get there, like at some point later today. It's just the timing of the setup, and not seeing is a single reaction that I really, really like. Look at that, like, slow bleed as well here. Look at that slow bleed, right? Yeah. Some people say, yo, man, why are you buying in this market? Like, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, I thought so too until my system proved me otherwise. My strategy told me the other thing. And say, yeah, there is nothing wrong with it at all. You just need to know when to do it, when not to do it. If you look at all the buys, you see? Buy, 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 sell, sell, sell. Sell, yeah, bigger wins. Buy, buy, buy. So a lot of buys too. You see that? It's a lot of buys, right? So, yeah, in some cases. Let's see if we can go for the lows right now. The lows are going to get taken. And if you're going to go for the lows, overall, we went through every level. We went to the very high. We went to the point control. We went to the VWAP. We went to the very low. So the real manipulation seems to be happening around there. But at the same time, we can't forget that we still have, let me just mark this out real quick. Major support, right? Major support sitting at this area right there. And yeah, pretty much this zone, right? So we did react it from major support. 1, 2, 3, 4. We saw the flip and we had these orders sitting there. We were looking for the retracement, pulling back, overall trend bearish, then looking for sells again. Okay. The question is, was it better to wait for price to get there and look for sells, or to trade this? In this case, you would say it was better to wait for price to go towards the sells, towards the selling side, get towards that daily supply zone, which was actually our target, right? Targeting daily supply. And pretty much look for the setup, specifically, not even daily supply, 12-hour supply. And so pretty much look for the setup from there, right? Wait for price to tap into this, sell off, and then look for the continuation. Targeting these orders right there. Right there above, huge amount of orders. So yeah, I would have taken the trade. I'm just self-reflecting right now. I think I would, because this is what we have been doing in the past month. Yeah. Is your max well now per trade around 7%? Do you calculate this? Nope, it was much higher. When we started this account, it was around... I've actually not increased the risk since I started the account. And the reason why we started this account was actually purely for transparency purposes, because we have our account, we have everything set in our Telegram. All the updates are in there from the beginning. all the way till the end, right? Pretty much. So since we started the account, so that's why we decided to do this, like a challenge or whatever you want to call it. So that's why. Okay. Now we're at support. Now we're at that level. But I can't enter here because yeah, I don't see the same confirmation though. So I would not be surprised though if at some point we will try to go for these highs here. Okay, and this is what I'm gonna tell you right now. I would actually not be surprised if we're gonna take out those highs before a big move. And that's the whole point of the idea of the trade. The 4017, okay? The 4017, such a good potential target still that I think is super reasonable to reach, okay? Yeah. So yeah, it's just a bit unfortunate that the timing of this trade just didn't play out and we went through all the levels again, back into the range. The Asian session itself was just pretty much this, no breakout, no consolidation, or sorry, no momentum. A push down to take out the lows, a push higher to take out the highs, and now we're back at the lows again, okay? Now we're back at the lows again. Yeah. Now we're pretty much back at these levels again. Yeah, I think it's the same amount. Yeah, it's too... It doesn't make sense right now from my perspective. But yeah, keep a close eye on the 17. What I'm looking for personally, I'll tell you exactly what I will be looking for next, because we just have to keep moving forward. We have to keep looking at the right setups again. And the next most logical move that I would be looking for, and that is if we could get towards the 17, right? Which I think is possible. And we fill those orders, right there. Which are all these orders there. There's a reason why these orders there are stacked. Okay? And we do get there at some point later today, which I think is possible. Then I would love to see what happens around this area. Okay? Specifically this area right here, I'm gonna mark out another range. This area right there, okay? That is the level I'm watching for real. That is the level that I'm looking at, okay? It is this area right there. It is pretty much to tap into that zone, taking out the New York session highs, and then thinking about, okay, what is price doing there? Is it worth it to potentially look at something like this again? Yeah. So I think we're gonna pay attention to this personally and see what happens now inside of this range. If New York comes and we close actually below, it has to be for me at least a 4-hour closure. Okay. But I think there is actually a chance we'll get there. The 17. Yeah. Maybe not right away. Maybe it will take some time, but it seems like a level to pay attention to, really. Yeah. Okay, guys. All right, I think that's a potential scenario that I will be watching, that I'm gonna watch for sure, okay? Something to pay attention to right there is exactly that, pretty much. That level, okay? So if the momentum would come right now and it would go right now, then it would be very unfortunate. But then the target would remain the same target, right? And that is the 17. Cool. Where do you find the playlist? I'll type it in right now here. Playlist. There we go. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me right now. In terms of this week and all the streams and all the trades, I mean, yeah. What can I say? We ended up the week in profits still. It's not a big week. It is roughly speaking $1,000. So it's nothing spectacular, right? In comparison to the week before, where we made, the week before we made what? $5,000. To $3,000, now $1,000. Okay, so it's not a big week. It's not a big week right now at the moment. We have to acknowledge this right here. But hey, we're gonna move forward here. The account is growing. Let's stay positive. Let's keep the account up. We went from 6 to 19 to 17.5 to 19.5, now to 18.2. So we're hanging around this area a little bit. We're hanging around this level a little bit. So let's see how we can take this to the next step, and be patient, right? Last thing that you should do after every loss, for me especially, is over trading, being greedy, immediately trying to re-enter, when getting stopped out immediately. That's usually not what I look for. Okay, I usually allow myself to just be a little bit more patient, to let price develop, and see if my thought process made sense, and then look at the next possible scenario after that. That helped me tremendously with not going too quick into these aggressive, non-rational decisions right there. Okay? All right, guys. I appreciate you all. I keep you guys in the loop regardless of every trade, everything that we do. And yeah, man, if this is gonna go and I'm out before and I'm not able to join the ride, it's very unfortunate. But look at the 17. The 17 area, wait for price to form a range there and get to those freaking orders right there. Don't say I didn't tell you if that would be the case. Okay? All right, guys. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you all. And I'm going to fix my computer. Okay? Yeah. Love it, my friends. All right, guys. See you soon. I'll talk to you guys later. And I'm going to be back on a Monday as well here. And I'll keep you in the loop in regards to New York and everything. And we're going to go from there. Okay? Much love, my friends. And let's see what happens. Yes? All right. Thank you. See you later. Have a great weekend at least. Yeah? All right. Thank you. Let's go.